And good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon, aka Luke. Hey, Timor, welcome on in. And yeah, you were a little bit early. That is a switch, huh? Um, so you'll notice that you can see more of me right now because there's not a big printer in front of us, but there is a printer in front of me. Um, don't worry, the new Trident sitting right down here on the ground. I just needed to move it off the bench so that we can put the belt printer back up here so we can work on the belt printer today. Hey, Darth Gollum, how are you doing? How's it going there, friend? Hope everything's doing well with you. Nick, hello, welcome on in. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, so once again, I apologize for not being online on Tuesday. Um, and we're just your AC is out. That really sucks. Yeah, I've been having internet problems. We know that the stream on last Thursday was somewhat degraded. Saturday was really bad. We had to drop the bit rate way down. In fact, I haven't even moved it up yet because I'm waiting to kind of still monitoring it. But they've been coming out every day since Monday working on my equipment. And so far they have checked every plug. Oh, hey, Nick, thanks for the subscribe. That's awesome. Thank you. Subscriptions are greatly appreciated. It does help feedback into the channel, which helps me bring new content to you folks. Um, so they've been out and they've checked every connection between my house and the I guess like the central node. I call them a POP, a point of presence, outside the neighborhood. They've they've checked all the connections. They've changed all the connections. They tried a bunch of other things. They brought out a new modem today, and I was like, okay, this is going to be great. This is going to be the solving fix. And it blipped earlier today, a couple hours after they brought the modem. So I don't know if that was just the back end system kind of going, hey, wait a minute, this is a different device. I don't know. But you know, I'm watching my stats right here. I haven't dropped a frame yet, which is good. So we'll see how well that goes. So Timor, has Scott sent the Core XY kit? Excuse me, dinner's not setting well. No, he didn't. I was chatting with him some yesterday. With everything that he was having to get done prior to going to Shenzhen with uh, Sam, Sam Prentice, he wasn't able to get it done. He said as soon as he gets back, he'll pop it in the mail. I told him, hey, not to worry. I've got some things to work on between now and then, but it's one of those things. He's out for the next 10 days because they're they were in Shenzhen yesterday, today, tomorrow. Then he's going to take off, I think, go to Taiwan for the weekend, and then be back for LTX. I don't know. There's an expo out there. So they're there for that expo. And so he's going to be there. He's basically the film crew for Sam and stuff while he's out there. So I've been talking with them. They're having a good time. They're having a good time. If you watched Sam's stream last night, I'm surprised Zora didn't like literally strangle him. But he's being a hoot. He's being Sam. I mean, if you guys have ever actually met Sam in person, I mean, that's Sam to a T. So they're having a great time over there. But when Scott gets back, yeah, he will send that kit. It's no big deal. I know he was under a lot of pressure to get everything done and going. So yeah, hey Britt, how are you doing? Thank you for joining in. Are those squirrels? No, those are like the little trolls, dancing trolls. Awesome. I thought for a second those were squirrels. It kind of threw me off for a minute. Um, oh, from science. Okay. Yeah, science, right? Awesome, awesome, awesome. So we're here today to work on our belt printer, which has been working. Um, I'll move this out of the way and you'll see that there is stuff on the belt. We have been printing with this. You'll also notice the hot end's partially disassembled. I have a clog in this and I can't get the PTFE tube to release even after unscrewing the top. So I have a solution. I've got about 8 of these, so that's no big deal. I was going to swap it. And then I decided, well, I've got the upgrade kit going on and I've got shipment. So on this upgrade kit, you'll see some of the parts here. These are the brackets that are going to be used to mount it, along with, we'll be putting linear rails on it, on the Y and the X. So we will be doing some lubing of balls and rails later on today. We also got the new end piece in, and it's really hard to tell. I may try and take some pictures and post them, but if I can get the camera to focus well enough, if you look at this one, focus, reflection, focus, maybe. And it's kind of hard because of the reflection, but there's more of a chamfer on this side than this side, which tells me the hole itself is off-centered. And what I did was I put it down on the bottom, put the 12 millimeter rod in it, and then screwed the tube on, and you could tell how far off that tube or the 12 millimeter linear rod was off to one side. And as soon as they saw that picture, they were like, oh yeah. So they threw a new one in for me. So we're going to swap this out. This does look like it's machined appropriately. So we will be replacing this ABS printed one with this one today. And when we go to do that, that'll let me get to the one screw in the back for the control box. So I'll be able to move this completely out. We'll take this completely out and get rid of it. And then we'll start on our upgrade. Now, when we do the upgrade, the kit itself actually comes with, oh, I was like, where did it go? The kit actually comes with the BIQ H2V2S extruder and a 4, a 6, and an 8 millimeter nozzle. Okay. What I did though was I bought the H2 or the H2V2S Revo, which will have the Revo nozzle. And for those of you that may remember, when I went to Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest, Georgia from E3D was nice enough to give me some Revo belt nozzles, aka the nipple nozzles, if you listen to Repcord. So we will be able to put in those, and we have some belt nozzles that we'll be able to use. Which means this will be provided or used on another project, or we may do a giveaway. So I'm leaning more towards the giveaway. So if everybody would be interested in me doing a giveaway for a BIQ H2V2S and some additional nozzles, just let me know in chat. And so I've got everything kind of laid out here. What I'm going to do is move the printer around here so I can take the display off so I don't rip it off. And we'll start working on replacing the belt piece, and then we'll start on doing the actual upgrade. That over there. That right there for now. Also, as part of the upgrade, or part of my upgrade, overall upgrade path for this, you see that we still have our power supply on the side here. Eventually, this will get mounted underneath the printer. And I'll show you a couple other things. Let me just get the display off of here first. I'm going to set that out of the way for the time being. And in order to get to this knob piece, we're going to have to undo the tension and let the rollers off. So let me undo the tension on both sides. Actually, I'll do one side at a time so it doesn't snap off. Okay, and I should be able to, just kind of twist that around, and I'll be able to get into this. So this, once again, was just press fit in there with a couple of lock or set screws. So we'll pull those set screws out because we'll need to use those over on our new piece. And that ABS piece actually worked pretty well. So here, let me show you this. So while this rod is sitting in here, you can see how it's pretty much centered in the tube, right? So, what's the best way to do that? Nah, I'll just show pictures. I'll post pictures later. This should go on and be able to screw down with no problems and no binding. Uh-oh, which thermistor? Well, which thermistor? Which of your Prusas did the thermistor get borked on? Feels like it's got a threading issue. Uh-oh, the Mark III kit? Okay, well, that's not coming off. I just don't know if there's stuff in these threads. Let me try and run a brush over these threads just to clean up any stuff that may be in it. Oh, and let's actually not try and put on the one that's the damaged one, and that'll probably make things a lot better. Much want to bet that this will probably go on a little bit easier and not bind. Hey, Steve Poole, how are you doing? Oh, look at that. No issues, no binding, goes straight on. The thread's nice and tight. Awesome. So we're starting off tonight doing a smidge of repair work. So I got the new upgrade kit in for the belt printer, and they sent the new end piece for me, so I can run the metal on both sides versus having the printed part. So that's all I'm doing right now is just swapping that out. Once we get this back in place, then we will go ahead and start doing the upgrade portion. And before I forget, I need to take out this top screw here. Because, like I said, that will let me take the whole controller box out, which I can probably just do right now. Nope, because there's going to be a screw on the bottom. Go ahead and put this back in. We'll have to work on getting our belt line back up once I get this started. Now, did anybody catch Sam Prentice's stream last night? Okay, so that part's done. We will have to do some stuff underneath, but we will do that when the time comes. Now I'm just going to slightly turn this around, and everything else we're going to be working on is back here. Okay, once again, linear rails on the Y, linear rail on the X, and a replacement for the whole hot end system. And we'll take the extruder off as well. So Let me, glad everybody's doing good. We're going to switch over to our browser view so that we can bring up our manual. This is the right one, right? Yes, the add-on upgrade kit. So we do need some printed parts, which I have printed out already. And these parts were printed out in black ABS because, well, that's what I had loaded up. A few minutes of Sam, we'll watch later. Yeah. So we do have a fan duct that we will need to use. And this will use a 50-15 fan. I did print out a replacement of the Y end stop because this piece did crack. This will be a piece for the X end stop. And then 4 linear rail stops. So for the top and bottom of the linear rails. And we will install these as they get called out. Yep, pretty sure I have all the needed tools. And then we're going to start disassembling the parts to be replaced. So some original parts will be discarded and won't be reinstalled. The hot end, the extruder won't be reinstalled. So remove all axis V-wheels. Detach the X-axis timing belt and remove the top nuts in order to take the wheels apart. So that will be easy enough to do. What I'm actually going to do is crack the, just loosen the bolts on the tensioner so I can let the tension out of it. And then we will be able to take that belt off a little bit easier. And I'm not taking it off, I'm just kind of loosening it, loosening the tension, and then I'll tighten those bolts back up so we don't lose them. And that should let us take our belt off a little bit easier. So belts off, remove the top nuts to take the wheels apart. So we'll take these two bolts out. Those. Yep, 3mm, and I'm gonna grab my pliers. I don't have to take them completely out. I should just need to get some slack in them, basically. There we go. There's our X-axis. Well, the X and the tool head off. We'll put that back together down the road. I'll be able to pull this out and just set this off to the side. Yep, there we go. Just take the top 2 wheels off, take that off, and then it comes off. Take out the hot end assembly, disconnect the original timing belts from both sides. And then we're going to do the same thing, removing these long nuts on each side, which should allow us to drop the whole X-axis. And we have an ad break getting ready to start. When I take these apart, I'm just going to kind of put them back together in the stack and set them aside. I'm going to attempt to do this one side at a time because I'm thinking it might be a little bit easier. Famous last words. Where did that spacer bounce to? Did you guys see where that spacer bounced to? Hmm. Missing a spacer, so we'll have to find that later. We've got the top part off of this one. We can go ahead and yeah, it shows me doing both sides. Hey, Pezliz, how are you doing? Hey, Ian Douglas, how you doing? Hope you're doing well today. I'm just kind of reading through the manual and seeing what they want me to do. I was going to try and, I'll say, do it a cheating way and leave everything on the printer, but, well, we're not. We're going to take the belts off. Now, we really need to take this plate off, and then we'll be able to work on this side and the rail. And that's where I was thinking it might be easier to just work here, but then again, it might be easier to work on the X rail with it off the printer. Hence why I started second guessing my strategy. So we've got that belt off. It does call for removing these pieces, but I've got the upgrade. I guess that helps. It calls about moving this, but I've got the upgrade in place here already, so there's no need for me to remove these. We're just going to make sure we keep the belts associated with the sides somehow. So left side and the other one will be right side. X-axis. So we need to flip this around so I can get to the other side. And I'm just going to turn this 90 degrees so that it's facing me. Don't dump our extruder off. And what we're going to do is I'm going to undo the cabling off of this side, because once again, the extruder motor is not going to be used. The E-motor will stay on, but the EN stop and stuff's going to change some. So this will give us the ability to tidy up some of this side over here as well. The Pez Liz is doing printer maintenance. Creatix Brit's doing printer maintenance. Is everybody having printer issues? So it looks like these two sets of wires. So this is our entire tool head. And the one wire that we added, which gave us more length for our extruder, will be able to be removed. So I'm going to go ahead and clip this one as well, just to get it out of the way. And in a minute here, we'll flip this. Once we get the X-rail off, we'll flip this over so that we can just remove all of the wires to get those out of the way and hopefully make our life a little bit easier. Over there. Best way to tackle this. We take this off, this drops from gravity, so we'll leave the belt on for now while we remove these bolts. So what we're doing here, Ian, is Ian and Pez, is we're getting ready to do the upgrade for the ender belt, and that moves it from V-wheels and the standard Creality hot end to linear rails and what would normally be a BQ-H2 V2S extruder and hot end combo, but we're actually going to install a BQ H2V2S Revo, and that will let us use our Revo series of nozzles, of which at Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Fest, Georgia from E3D had given me 3 of those. So I've had those for a little while. I was thinking about putting them on the baby belt, but I was having some technical issues just getting everything going on the baby belt. So I think I'll put one here, and then I may be still on the baby belt. We'll put a Revo CR, and with that, be able to go and use a belt nozzle on that one as well. Yeah. So technically now my X-rail is detached from, well, nope. We have to take off at least one more bolt on this side. Well, that's annoying. It's a good thing I'm getting rid of this whole plate. My annoying statement was the motor. One of these two motors would be in the way regardless of trying to get this out. So let me go ahead and drop this bolt. Seriously? So the issue is the lock nut on this bolt is right up underneath the extruder, and I'm trying not to have to take the extruder off. Because once again, I'm being lazy, which is going to cause me problems. Oh, there we go. I guess it's not going to cause me problems. Now it's going to be easier to get off. I really hope we can reuse this one and we don't have to replace that one, because then I'd have to take the whole thing off, but we'll see. We'll see how that plays off or plays out. So we won't be needing our extruder assembly either. So that's going to be in the, I'll say, the Creality bin of parts that I have. Switch these over here before I knock them off and then have to go looking for them. Okay, remove this belt. Remove this belt. I think it's just going to be the plate. And yeah, we're going to remove the belt. Okay, so there we go. I think we've got the disassembly that we need to do done. We're rebuilding an Ender 5 S1. You know what? So it's an Ender 5, so that's the standard size, right? It's not the Plus. So the Plus I really liked because it was the bed was rock solid. I had no issues whatsoever with the bed on the Ender 5 Plus. It was just I decided to go with the Hydra mod, but it really wasn't needed. Okay, next items from the kit will be used. This is installing the top corner brackets and belt tensioners, which we're not going to need because they're already installed. So we won't need to do that. Getting the X-axis ready. Okay, install the X-axis end-stop bracket using N3x6 screws. You'll also need to take plastic cover apart in order to attach it, then put it back and mount the X-axis end-stop. Okay, so it looks like we need to get underneath here, which means we just need to remove our QR sticker. And this is our 2mm drive on the flathead screws. 0.5 pass light speed. Yep. We take that off, which releases the motor. It's going to drop. And it wants us to work on the end stop here. Okay, so it's going to extend out from this point. So we need to take this off, which uses Phillips screws. Let's see if we can get in there with this, or if we need to go with a different screwdriver. Yeah, that works. Those come out are printed part. Kind of has the holes and stuff where all of the connectors and things will fit. So it's basically going to get flipped around. screw it in from the top, and that way it's got divots where all of the solder joints would go. Kind of like they do that. And these are just going to self-tap back into the part. Okay, and my end stop doesn't have a lever on it. If we need to, I can find one and get one added. It's no big deal. But we'll just have to see if we'll need to add one. And we're going to use M3x6. Okay. And it looks like it's going to mount like that. So basically the X end stop is getting reversed as far as direction and then placed on the outside of the bracket here. So, hey Pete Savas, how are you doing today? We'll come over here and we will grab our M3x6 socket head cap screws. Nice. It's always nice to finally get home from work. Good. Especially your work. Well, in my case, getting home from work is just kind of shifting my mindset because I work from home. Hey, Chewy, how's it going? You're screwing into plastic, so no need to ugga-dugga these. And so that's what it's going to look like when you're done. And it looks like we can reinstall this. Yep, looks like we can go back ahead and reinstall this in the motor back. So the connector goes down. We'll line this back up. And we will use our long M3 screws. 2.0. There, that goes there. That feels like it lines up. There we go. Um, yes, and I'll say and no because, well, I get to deal with people just pinging me kind of like a text message going, hey, Luke. And you wait and then they don't follow up. And finally you're like, hey, did you need something? oh yeah, blah 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 blah, and then they try and ask you to do things that are so far outside your job jar that it's like, really? Like, what makes you think that I'm going to do that for you? Okay, so we got our cover back in place. Now we need to install our linear rail. But I just want to double check before I install that linear rail that I'm not going to have to replace this bolt, because if I do, that's going to be a sad day. So let me double, triple, quadruple check. And I think I'm going to. So while I have it like this and it's easier for me to get to without anything else, I'm going to go ahead and remove these two screws so that I could get that bolt out and replace it. Hey, Chewy, how's it going, my friend? How is it going? See, Moore's going into lurk mode. It's going to be a good 5 millimeters or more. Actually, it's closer to 10 millimeters difference. Oof. Day off and back-to-back 12s Friday and Saturday. Dude, that sucks. Okay, so that's done. And now we still need to put our rail in right here. And when we take our rails out, I definitely want to just wipe these down with isopropyl just to kind of clean them up and get any shipping oils off of them, because I'm pretty sure they're going to have some type of shipping oil on them. So this is 91% IPA. I've got some higher grade stuff, but I normally just use that on my resin. Okay. Not too bad, but a little bit of dirt. Not too bad though. Wash off for a second longer. And we're going to use our M5 by or M3 by 8, 5 of them. All right, gang, should we use the roll-in or the hammerheads, or should we grab some of our roll-in T-nuts? What do you guys think? What are you going to say, Britt? Yes. Ew, T-nuts. Yeah. Yeah. All right, we'll go ahead and give these a shot. We'll try. Seriously. One, one end, one at the other end. Sorry, trying to get them started. But I don't like the spacing either. Um, yeah, my main issue with the T-nuts is depending on the rails and the quality of the rails, they either work or they're an annoying pain in the butt. Because I spend so much time trying to get the darn things to actually rotate and go in. I was looking at that board and I was just kind of, I guess, a little flummoxed as to why you would need 4 drivers on it if they're marketing it towards the ERCFA. Now, the one thing that it didn't have in the print files are linear rail guides. So these are MGN 12 on 2020, or I shouldn't say guides, but alignment jigs. These are MGN 12s on 2020s, and if you have alignment jigs, it will center them on the rail or center the rail on the extrusion. So you do like that. And then once again, we're going to start the right size driver. And it sounded like it rotated. I'm hoping all these are rotating. Okay. And then just like everything else, we start in the center and work our way out when we tighten these down. And provided they all turn, shouldn't have any problem, and I shouldn't have any part of this gapping or pulling off the rail. Looks good. So I think that's all for our x-axis now, for now. You were thinking about a dual arc. Well, that's true. That's true. Um, and that Big Tree Tech MMU board is CAN bus too, correct? Okay, now we're going to work on installing the direct drive extruder system. So for now, we'll set this right up here. So that gives us a place to work. And actually, I'm going to set these off to the side. I'm going to lay this over on its side and remove the wires that we don't need to get them out of the way, just to make our lives a little bit easier so I don't have to keep messing with all of this over here. I'm just going to tip it up on its side, and you'll see what I did, which was just cut a piece of DIN rail and use the mount from the Trident to connect it in here. And all I did was take the board from the controller cabinet and put it here. I'll put the Raspberry Pi here eventually. I'll put another rail back here and mount the power supply underneath. And I'm going to be able to clean up my wiring a lot more in the days ahead. So I'm going to snip a couple of more wire ties, preferably just the wire ties, so that we can remove some of the wiring that's not going to be needed right now. This is the extruder motor. That will be replaced. And then here's the entire hot end assembly. And I will print out some various different types of tie downs for the wiring that I can mount around here and run my wires a little bit neater. This should be all of the wires for my hot end. So, part cooling fan, thermistor, um, hot end fan, and then two wires to unscrew the hot end wires. And now we can take this as one whole piece and just set it off to the side. And also, while we're underneath here, we will undo this bolt here, which should be the last bolt for getting our controller box out of here. There we go. I'll add this to the other set of controller boxes that I've got lying around. May even reuse that fan, don't know. One of the other things I'll do here is you'll notice we've got the 60-20 fans down here like you would on a Trident or anything else. I did order some off a guy on Etsy, and I didn't realize that he was in the UK. But I like the LDO boards so much that I ordered some from this guy, and he does both 3 and 4 port. These are just 2-pin, basically duplicators. They're all in parallel, so you bring power into one of them, and then you can plug LED lights or whatever. It's the same voltage. So if you put 5 volts in, you want everything to run 5 volts. You put 24 in, then everything will run 24 volts. So I'll create a little pigtail that'll be, two of these, JST to JST. Probably what I'll do is cut one of these short, mount this somewhere here. I may even just VHB it right to the back there, bring the 2 fans in, and then create a short pigtail here to go up to the board, and then I'll have my 2 controller board fans added. So yep, yep. And that's the thing is if it's CAN bus, you can use it for just about anything. Anything that you need to extend and have more motors for, you can use it. It just gives you more addressable motor slots. We're going to set that over there for a minute. We're going to put this back over here. Get myself organized back a little bit. So that streamlined our wiring a little bit right there. Like I said, there's a lot of this that I'm going to have to work on cleaning up just with wire ties and stuff. So we'll work on that, I promise you. Get that out of the way. Bring this back up. Scoot it over and out of the way so that we have some work area here so we can start working on our plates. What I do with my plates. There's our plates. And we're going to use our Revo extruder. And the packaging here is very nice. And I cannot express to you how cute and tiny this little extruder package is, right? So this portion right here is your extruder. You'll mount a fan to the front here, and the fan will suck air in this way, roll it around, and then push it out towards the front of the machine. So there's no fan, or the only air hitting your nozzle is going to be from your actual part cooling fan. And then, of course, this is your actual pancake motor. So this lever here, pull it forward, you can insert your filament, push it back, it's now tensioned. There's a little screw back here. This is what sets the tension. Okay? And then you have the ability with the metal gear here to actually manually move your filament up and down. So that's what we're going to be working with. So I'm looking at the this extruder bracket and how it's going to mount. And it looks like the motors, that side, there's that. So this is going to mount like that. And we'll just line it up and install all of the nuts. Interesting. There might have to be some spacers back here. Because if I line up the two screws up top here, you'll see there's a gap at the bottom. So I might have to put a little bit of the spacer in there. And I don't know if this is I never did open the other box to even determine if this is a slightly different size. But we're going to use 4 M3x8 nuts. So we'll go grab our M3x8 nut, or M3x8 nuts, our M3x8 screws. And just double checking because it looks like they're showing button heads, but I did not get any button heads. I also didn't check in here to see what comes in the extruder kit. It may come with some mounting hardware that we would use. Doesn't in the add-on kit, so we got a rubber ducky. Does she work? Rubber ducky squeaks, so we got a rubber ducky. See what we get all up in here. I have absolutely no idea what those are. Interesting. Sleeves. Let's call them sleeves. This should be wire for our hot end. This would be the hot end heating wire, thermistor wire, our fan, and a couple other assorted screws. Looks like some M3x8, so some pins, JST connector, we may need that, another JST connector. Okay, so we'll see what we've got. Kind of work it however we need to work it. Go ahead and use our two look like M3 by 8s. 8 M3 by 8s. So we'll use two of them out of the kit. Yeah, I just put those 8s in there, and can you see how much wiggle there is? These are bottomed out. Hmm. The extruder bracket using 4 M3 by 8 screws, and M3 by 8s are going to be kind of too much. They'll bottom out. So I'm going to grab, don't have any there. I'm just going to grab some M3 by 6 button heads. Love it when I make a mess over here and I was opening the wrong container. So the 8s seem like they're too long, so we'll grab some of our M3 by 6s and I'll grab the button head screws. Because the 8s were bottoming out in the extruder and not tightening up. Okay, got those in there. Mount the supplied hot end fan on the heat sink side of the extruder. Screws are supplied. So we'll mount our fan over here. Just looking at this and trying to think about how best to run the wires. So for the most part, wherever your sticker is, that's the side that the air is going to be flowing. There should be an arrow on here, but I don't see one. So mounting it like this so my wires will come up and be easier to route is how I'm going to do it. The only other thing I could do is possibly put it this way so that as this mounts hung down like this, you can see the H2. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see the our thingy, our symbol. These are going to take the longer screws. And this is only screwed down with 2 screws because the other 2 are what holds the heat sink on. So will be like that. And then it says to mount our fan to the supplied bracket, or not the supply bracket, but the bracket with 2 M3x8 screws. Menu. Why are these wires wanting to fight me? There we go. Okay. Round fan. Go like that. M3x18s through the fan into the printed shroud. Hey, Chainsaw Squirrel, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Let me take a quick stop right here and say, welcome on in, Chainsaw Squirrel, new friend. Thank you for the follow. My name is Digital Dragon. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. I am a 3D printing variety stream because I not only build and modify 3D printers like we're working on today with our belt printer or any of the printers that you see behind me, but I also am starting to do cosplay prints and just about anything 3D printed related. So it's kind of nice because working on the printers, you get a lot of some engineering, some electrical stuff as well. So it's not all just 3D printing or anything like that. So hopefully you enjoy the content. Once again, thank you for the follow and welcome on in. And we are screwing this into plastic, so no ugga-duggas needed. Light, just a light pressure to hold the fan in place so it's not going to rattle around. And this is going to mount on this underside here. And there's going to be 2 screw holes there. And we just need to figure out how we're going to route our wires so that they're kind of tucked out of the way. Probably something along the lines of that. So we'll go ahead and put 2 of our M3x8s. It says M3x8s. I have a feeling Okay, we're back. I noticed that we just got disconnected. So apparently I'm still not seeing any dropped frames. So apparently my internet woes have not been solved completely yet. Um, darn it. What I'm going to do while I have this here is go ahead and swap this out for one of the um, actual belt printer nozzles. I have a 4, 6, and an 8 here, so I can grab that one, which would be the 4. What do you guys think? Should I put a 0.4 or 0.6 on it? Or 0.8? Stick with the 4? Hope you guys are stuck with me and came back when I had to restart the stream. If anybody is out there and reconfirm that we're back up and live, I would appreciate it. All I'm doing right now is just swapping the nozzle. Once again, Georgia from E3D was nice enough to give me some actual belt printer nozzles. Now, one thing you do notice, this fan is not correctly angled right for the different nozzle type. So, now it's going to suck. So we may have to do some changing with this fan. I might have to see if there's a different fan shroud for that, but I'm sure there probably is. We'll just have to look into that. But we'll take this and add it to our stash over here of Revo nozzles. Okay, so we've got our fan mounted, we've got that. Now the other thing I'm noticing is, I don't know how I'm going to install this with this fan bracket here. So I'm probably going to have to take the fan bracket back off because it hasn't told us to install it on the you see it, there's not going to be a way to get to these screws and do the mounting back here unless I miss something. Using extruder bracket P5 and 4 screws and 3x8s, mount the extruder assembly with the x-axis slider as shown in the picture. So how are you supposed to get to these screws if you put this fan on? It doesn't make sense. So I'll wind up taking this fan back off. We'll mount this to the rail, and then we will put the fan back on. We'll go ahead and grab our x-axis. And you know what we already, or what we haven't done yet, is installed our carriage on here, which I We'll get our 3 carriages out and we will lube them up. Set this down on the floor for a minute. Get yourself ready for some carriage lubing action. And if everybody's out there with me, can somebody please pop into chat and let me know that I've got viewers with me still? I'm not sure why my internet dropped, but it did. Okay, so we need to do our carriages. Same thing's going to apply here as if it was already on the rail. I'm just going to back this off, squirt in our EP2, and okay, awesome. We'll put in our EP2 and get these greased. And let's kind of do a bead right down both sets of bearings. And I'm going to use my finger to just squish it in between the bearings and basically just work it in. And one of my rails is going to be my guinea pig as far as you say. I was like, that is like a non-existent preload. And I'm using my finger to push in on the little spring retention clips on each side. And that's what keeps the balls from popping out. Then I'll be able to work them in through the channels this way. And that should help distribute that first round of grease. And we'll pull it back and we'll add some more. Now this kit is coming out of China. So it probably wouldn't be a bad idea if I took these and soaked them in IPA, probably for a little while, and then pulled them out of the IPA and dried them off real fast. Basically blowing compressed air through them. But lately, the quality of the rails, even of these generic rails, has been getting better. And so just going through and lubricating them tends to work. And they do have grease ports on them. I never even checked to see if the grease ports actually worked. Maybe we'll give that a shot and see if one of these grease ports actually works. I'm going to go with a no because pushing pretty hard on that plunger and nothing's going through. So it's worth a shot. Once again, I'm just putting some bead down each side. And then I'll work it in with my finger and get it set up on a rail, and we'll push it. We'll push some more in there after we work it through the rail to try and get it down in the actual races. And it actually worked, moving it by hand. And I'm doing this on a paper towel, so a couple of things. If any of the balls come out, they're going to stay on the paper towel. They're not going to go rolling all over the place. Hey, Poondog, how are you doing, my friend? Welcome on in. The other side of that is with the grease, if a ball does come loose or pop out, normally the grease is at least going to hold it on the actual rail and not, once again, have it go like rolling off and shooting across the floor or anything. Oh, wow. And let's see, just three. Yes, just three carriages because we just have two for the Y and one for the X. there's no need to have one on Z because the Z axis is a belt, right? Oh well, I guess I'm gonna get my fingers greasy. Now, one of the tricks. Can I get this? Short answer, yes, but I've got to take the tension bracket off. I was trying to escape. Let me see if I can get back on the plastic piece and use the plastic piece to roll it on in. Okay. Oh, now we've got those things done. This way. Hey, Kit Skyfire, how's it going? Well, I think I did make a comment. I just wasn't sure because of I dropped the stream right about that point. So, um, yeah, just three printers. Yeah, we've got quite a number of printers here in the Dragon's Den. I've got everything that you saw behind me, plus 5 downstairs. So I think I'm close to about 20 printers now, um, which could also be meaning I'm close to divorce. I don't know. All right, so there's 2 for the Y. And stuff will go there. Okay. Now it talks about mounting this to this to this. So The clips for your belt need to be facing down. So this is the bracket's going to go down and around the bottom. And then this is going to mount just like that. So we'll need to get some M3x8 should work here, no problem. Going through 2 plates. Top, top. Yeah, that called out M3x8s. That's how many threads. Like, no, we're going to go M3x10s on this. 8s are going to be way too skimpy. It just so happens I have a bunch of those. Let's take a look at what 10 should go. So another 2 millimeters of engagement through the 2 brackets. Yeah, that's going to be a lot better as far as thread length and engagement goes. Let me see, get one started so that I can get the other started. I'm just going to start snuggling it up. A crossing pattern. And torque them down. Make sure the rail still slides, which it does. Now I can reinstall our fan on the underside here. Okay, and that's what our new tool head is going to look like. And yeah, I can move the fan closer. The fan's made for a standard nozzle there, and if I had the standard nozzle, it'd be working great. So I'm going to have to look and see if I can't find a different fan, either that or put some spacers underneath here to kind of lower the fan down some. So it'll be blowing more towards the nozzle tip, which that might be the easier play. But we'll see if this works fine or if we need to add some spacers once we get there. There's our x-axis. Next up, the diagonal axis rails. We're going to need our printed rail stops, 2 300 millimeter linear rails with sliders, M4x8 screws, M4 T-nuts and 3x8 within 3 slot nuts, hammerhead nuts. Okay, and it says 50 millimeters from the bottom of the rail is where we want to install this. So, get some of this stuff put away. I don't think I'm going to need those. We'll need this stuff. Need that or those, one of the two. And 3x8. Put that one there. We'll leave those two things there. Okay. Clean some things up real fast. And we're going to bring our printer back up here. So the bed's at this end. So this is the end where we're going to mount our linear rails. And it says we want to be 50 millimeters up from the back, which is where our rail will start. So what we'll do, after I get some filament out of there, is I'm going to measure 50 millimeters up, and that's where I'm going to put my lower Z holders. So these are going to be the M4 by 8s, I believe. Because that'll make placing my linear rails a little bit easier. There's the 50 millimeter mark. Yep. So by putting the M4s at the bottom, or the M4s, putting the end stops at the bottom, that will just make life easier for mounting the rails. Neat. What I'll do is take the 50 mark, line it right up with the end of my rail. Bring the end stop down to where the top of the end stop would be right where my, seriously? Oh, that actually twisted. And the key is for the top of this to be right there, because that's where the rail is going to mount. And then I can just slip the rails in a lot easier and don't have to worry about them sliding off the bar. a heck of a gander. We'll get those two here. Now we'll mount our linear rails. And what I'll do for now, because these rails do not come with end stops, I can find ones that will fit them. I'm going to go ahead and put some stoppers on them just so they don't slide off on me. Okay, we've got those. These are the rest of my M4s that'll be used at the top. Grab our M3s and our M3 T-nuts, and we'll start loading those up. No, I'm not printing Wife 2.0. Uh, let's just say Wife 2.0 is long and gone. Two, okay. One there. Next up, on the top, down 2 holes, or skip 2 holes. Over, top, 2 holes. One more. All right. Now, on this one, you'll notice that we've got a 2040 rail instead of a 2020 rail. So our previous, the 2020 alignment tools won't work. But if you do this long enough, you would have had printed various ones. So here's some 2040s. So we'll mount these. And that will help bring the rail in alignment. I'm going to tie the left one down and then the right one we'll do the right side this time. So I've got this lined up and we're going to start with the middle. I'm just going to go until we feel a change in tension. And hopefully that's meaning that the T-nut's turning in there. Oh, I got you. Yeah, like right now, my wife is in Colorado, um, not dealing with, but her mom had shoulder surgery. She's out visiting there. And when she gets back, I guess they're going to be taking a trip to New Orleans to do some type of advocacy conference for early childhood special education. And then they'll be doing another one. So that one's at the beginning of November and it's in New Orleans. The other one's at the end of November and that's in Minneapolis. Yeah, I get to do 3D printers and stuff, and I'm going to get out of another one of my, we'll say hobby. We'll call it a hobby. Now, what I don't want to do is lock the other rail down just yet. I am going to, how can I put this? I'm going to snug it, but I'm not going to fully ugga-dugga it down because I need one of these sides to be able to move ever so slightly to ensure that we have proper alignment. So I'm just going to try and get my T-nuts to swivel. And all I'm doing here is going until I feel the tension change where there's a tad bit of a snug on it. But I should have the ability to, wiggle or make minor adjustments if I need to keep it from binding. Okay, so that's done, that's done. Next up, it wants me to go ahead and add the other two end stop. Not a bad idea. Or not end stops, but rail stops. But yeah, she puts up with me and all my little um, hobbies and stuff. Okay, so we got our two rail stops in. I can take my bumpers off now because I don't need my little rubber bumpers anymore. I probably don't need, the bazillion that I have over here, so I'm just going to throw those away. Makes that a little bit easier. X mounting. We're going to need our brackets, the more our aluminum spacers, which we have, the M5 by 50 screws, M5 nylock nuts, so on and so forth. So using side X bracket P3 and three M5 by 8 by 37 aluminum spacers, 350 by 50 screws, and three nylock nuts for each side. Mount the X axis using 4 nuts per side. So I think what I'm going to do, these are duplicates of each other, so I think they're pretty much just going to be mirrors. And I'm going to mount this on the truck first, and then we'll mount the X-axis to these. Thinking that'll probably be the easier way to go here. We're going to use M3 by 6s. Yep, they're dogs. They're pretty dogs too. Very, very pretty dogs. I took those out, and I'm probably going to put them back in, but I'll show you what I mean here in a minute. As far as the bump stops, they're like the little protective rubber stops, because I want to be able to hold this up off the bottom when I go to install that X-rail. So putting it in the third hole up from the bottom, and that way I'd be able to slide these down, and they should be, because my measurement should be the same, there should be nice and at the same height here when I go to install my X-axis. I'm going to slide this through here, and that X-axis is going to go like this. There we go. We're going to need these big long spacers. And these big long M5 by 50 screws. And some M5 lock nuts. Need 3 on each side. Okay. Put that one in. Oh, we got another wheel over here we still need to take off. Oh, schnookies. I'm going to have the same problem over here where I need to take the bracket off to take the wheel off. Darn it. Yeah, so I got to get this other wheel off of this bracket. So, and that screw is hidden up underneath the um, rail. So we actually have to take the bracket off to get the wheel off. And then remember to put the screw in there before we put the piece back on there. And one of the reasons why we are going through and doing this is this right here. You see all this garbage that's on the wheel? That's that palm wheel wearing down. For any type of misalignment or issue with the extrusion, you're going to get stuff like this, and it just causes a mess. And it feels like, I don't know if it's from the bearings or from just the palm wearing down, but it feels kind of greasy. So just something to be aware of. One of the reasons why, like I said, you work to get rid of the wheels and go over to linear rails is you have a lot less issues. Yes, you still need to grease them and stuff like that, but at least they don't fall apart. And when they fall apart, you start getting really bad prints. And you have to constantly go and retighten and clean and retighten and clean. And oh, yeah. I'm going to line this bracket back up and put it back down. Hey, my light, how you doing, friend? Hope you're doing well. I've got your package ready. I just did not go to the mailbox. I had to take a package down to FedEx for my wife and ship it off this morning, like overnight, which is always a joy. And so I didn't get a chance to go over to the post office afterwards. Because I had to get back home for a meeting, only to find out 5 minutes before the meeting started that they wanted to cancel the meeting. So, okay. So I've got both of these in here. I've got a spacer on it. Now we're going to bring that up and get these lined up on each side. And put a lock nut. And all I'm doing is trying to get the lock nut started so it will hold its weight, and then I can get in there and tighten it up after I get the outer one started. So we're going to go ahead and get our screw in there, put a spacer in, get that lined up. Put another lock nut on there. Just wearing down on the real loop. I had one like that on the Makers Group. Yeah. Yep. True, they can, but they take a lot longer to wear down than those palm nuts, especially if, with your palm nuts, if you're, one, they may not be good quality palm nuts, and then two, they can wear down and get out of round, which will then cause additional wear issues and just all around pain. Clearly, you're not using enough duct tape. Yep. Oh, trust me, I can live and die by some duct tape, or what we used to refer to as 100-mile-an-hour tape in the military. It is downright amazing what you can do with some of that stuff. Okay. Okay. Now that I've got those all at least on there, loose and started, I'm going to start on the top ones on each side. Just bring those in snug. I'm not going to like crank on them just yet. But yeah, I want to do the top on each side, and then we'll start working our way around to the others. I'm not going full Ugga Dugga yet. There's the top. Now we're going to do the bottoms. You said they had is that the Big Tree Tech Picos you were referring to, uh, Chewy? Oh yeah, yeah, Chewy or Monlight. That's what I figured. But I was just looking at it and I'm like, oh wow, that I wonder if they can mount. But yeah, they're mounted in different orientations. And I am using needle nose pliers here. You'd be better off using an actual socket wrench versus needle nose pliers. But I'm too lazy to go out to the garage and get them. Now I'm going to raise this up some just so I can get to the middle pieces easier. So we still need to do these middle sides. You guys just saw the issue I had, right? So we followed the manual. It told us to install um, the rail. Well, how do I get to these screws? Because these screws, you have to be able to get to the heads of the screws. You get through the heads of the screws from the front side of the rail. Well, this front side of the rail, or the front side of the extrusion, now has a rail on it. Yeah, yeah. The Big Tree Tech Pico does use the whatchamacallit as the board. So we now have to take the X-axis rail off so that we can tighten up the two inner bolt spacer sets. Yeah, well, that was fun. That was so not fun. Yeah, so see, it has us mount everything, but now we're mounting these plates. And we can't get to the inner bolt heads to hold the bolt head so that we can tighten. Because if I spin this, all I'm doing is spinning that bolt head. So Damn, that's a pain. I'm going to turn the printer 90 degrees, or 90 degrees, 180 degrees. Prime whimper a bit because I'm going to have to pull this rail off. So then I can tighten these two bolts up on the inside because you can only get to the heads of the bolts by going all the way through the extrusion. Hey, Shenanigans, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Kiss Slicer, is that kind of like an older version of Slick 3R? Doing good, Shenanigans. Now that we went through the process, mounted the rail, then had to take the rail off because, well, there's no way to get to these two bolts once the rail's on. So the order of their documentation, which I'm following, is apparently off. So we're going to need our two 2020 MGN 12 spacers, or not spacers, but alignment tools. We need to get our T-nuts lined up. In the rail, alignment tool. Ah, darn it. You weren't supposed to do that. No worries, Mod Light. The Mod Light, that package that I'm going to send you, we'll just say it has a couple of extras in it. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. This one. Okay, okay, okay. We got all the Ugga Duggas in there. Um, you shouldn't. I mean, you're going to be using um a hardened nozzle and all that good stuff, right? All right, so that seems to be lining up. It shows having a whatchamacallit on the end there. I don't know if either one of these will fit or if it will. Should go ahead and put one of these tensioners on it, which might make it easier when we go to tension the belt. Well, uh, let's just say you're going to use a Dragon, so there'll be hardened steel nozzles, and you're going to have some. You have an assembled CW2 with hardened extruder gears. And there's a couple of other screws in it. It's not fully assembled. Well, the CW2 is assembled, we'll say per the manual, and then the next step would be to assemble your tool head or your actual hot end tool head portion. I didn't do that because, well, I don't have a Dragon that's not fully clogged right now. But you'd have to add the Dragon and what am I looking for? Where sometimes it's like English is a second language for me. Yeah, so it's the CW2 is fully built. You'll need to, of course, mount it on the back plate and mount install like the door that covers the wires and stuff. But it's like I said, English is hard sometimes. What I was trying to do is the box that I'm shipping it in, it can only be so thick. That way so I couldn't I couldn't like assemble the whole thing. But the CW2 is assembled and some of the other things are assembled in there. And there might be something else in there for you as well that I'm not going to tell you about. It'll be a surprise. You supply GT2 timing belts and zip ties. Okay, so it wants me to install the timing belts on the y-axis again. Yep. Okay. So we're going to turn the printer around again. It's almost like I needed exercise or something from picking this thing up and spinning it all day and all night. Okay. So we got it turned back around. Now we want to run our belts up and around again. And we're going to try and get those in the same order that we had them. Same side, and this is the short side, which I had at the top. Memory serves me right. And where's our... You know, don't want to open these ones up if I don't have to. Where did I put the rest of them? So they sent me more zip ties, and this is all the zip ties I have left over from the original build. Do you think I need more zip ties? I mean, oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I had the parts here, and I was like, you know what? If I could assemble some of this ahead of time for them, it might be easier. Um, and like I said, there's a couple of other screws that were added in there just to um, keep things from moving around in the box, like your tool head, um, like the part where you actually would mount your Dragon. It's in two halves, and just so nothing gets broken, I did put the M3x16 screws in the back to make it one solid piece, right? So I did that just to make sure that everything traveled well. The what else? All the heat sets have been installed. The the input shaper mount is oh, so apparently these are a different size because the amount of belt that I'm getting through here is a lot less than before. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, so it was just about mounting some things so that there wasn't as much stuff loose in the box running around that could cause issues. Goes up there. Okay, so one side's belted up. Now for the other side, filament is fun. Filament can be fun. Yeah, I just now started printing a Dr. DA whatever for the Fetus thing because I just saw it. Well, I didn't just see it, but I was like, oh, I should probably do something with that. So I started printing a couple of things. Because I was seeing the what filament they were given, and I was like, well, yeah, like hell yeah. Okay, we'll be able to mention these. Just looking for rough tension right now, and we'll work the rest of it later. So we've got the Y belts in. I must have missed where it told me to do the X belt, but we'll do the X belt. Just around, loop one side in. Maybe. There we go. This belt's going to be too short if I use this tensioner. So I'm going to have to take that tensioner off and go back to the original one, which isn't that big of a deal. Somehow I didn't think it was going to work, but we got the other one here, so no harm, no foul. Right in. Am I catching on something? Not catching on anything. This is as far over as it goes. I literally think that there's too much, like maybe the linear rails too long. Because all three linear rails were the same size. And bring you guys around here. So this is the original belt. I'm routed appropriately, but you'll see, I mean, there's no way that's going to get tightened on there and around that neck. Hmm. You know what? I wonder, did they give me, they gave me timing belt, but I think this is not crimped at the ends. Did they expect us? I didn't see anything about reinstalling the X-axis belt once we installed this, because we would have had to install, because we would have had to have this bracket on here before we could have installed the belt. So the belt is a standard GT2 6 millimeter belt, but the Ender X axis always has that little like brass cinch on it. So you just kind of loop it through the slider, but it may expect us to loop the belt around and zip tie it like we did up here. So it may be expecting us to do like this, but just do it down here on the X-axis rail. I don't know. That's why I'm trying to look through the directions real fast one more time. Yeah, that's what it says. It looks like the original belt is short. Yeah, 1 meter GT2 timing belt. Using supply GT2 timing belt and zip ties, install as shown. Okay, so it does want me to use their belt and zip ties, and if I'm going to do that, then I can use their little tensioner, and then that belt and this original tensioner bracket aren't needed then. Okay, Okay. Hey, Chris, how are you doing today? We're having fun as I'm over here acting like English is a second language or something. You know what? And we're saying that just because, I'm me and instructions, apparently, I'm not reading the instructions the way I should be, because instructions are like just recommendations, right? You know what? All right. Yeah, instructions are overrated. Yeah. Yep, yep. Okay, so that should be decent enough, and provided I put those in the right orientation. Like, what's that catching on? A JST connector. Okay, I do have full range of motion. We do now have the ability to tighten our belt. So I got belt tensioning. Okay, next up. Now we figured that out. We did our X, we did our Y. I'm not going to add that because I've already got one there. Okay, so what we got? Let me check on chat real fast here. Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to read chat. So, are you saying you're tired, Chris? Sorry to hear that, buddy. Yeah, I've got the instructions up, but every once in a while you're going through and your brain just goes, "Oh, I know we're going to do this and we're going to do that." And then you start looking, you're like, or maybe not like that. But yeah. So supplied motor wire for the extruder motor. So that's interesting. No, wait. Their supplied motor wire, not the one that came with the kit. Well, I'm not sure if that's just going to save us some pinout troubles, but we shall see. That's going to get plugged in. And you'll notice I'm going to route the cables to the front side of the rail because anything you bring on the back side is going to catch on either side of your 2040. So it should be all routed towards the front side, up, and then over. So we'll come up this way. See how my wires are routing here. Okay. Wire each fan to their corresponding cables. Originally for the inner 3-fan hot end and layer cooling fans, soldering may be needed. Use zip ties for cable management, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we'll have our hot end cable, which is, I think, going to be plenty long because it's like a good meter. Hot end cable, lay it back down that way. Thermistor cable, which will once again be crazy long. And tangled. And folks trying to untangle the wire here. Okay, there we go. Now, I will say, as a cable manufacturer, you put a 2-wire connector on each side and then they're individual wires. Like, really? You couldn't have had some sleeving? You couldn't have made it a 2-wire cable? And then we've got our so this comes with DuPont connectors, so we'll have to change that to JST. And this is the hot end cooling fan. The part cooling fan, we're going to have to create a cable for because, well, that's about as long and that's not going to make it. So we're going to have to create a cable for that, and we're going to have to replace that fan because apparently I just snapped the wire. So that's awesome. Okay. We're done installing things. So this is all going to be extra pieces. Let me clean this stuff up and move some stuff out of the way, and then we will go about moving this around and starting to work on some wiring where I'm apparently going to have to replace a fan and extend wiring on a fan. So this fan here, I'll show you what just happened. So as I reached around to grab it, my red wire is disconnected right there. So it literally broke the solder joint. So I can resolder that, but I'm not going to bother with it on stream. I'll just replace this with one of the Honey Badger fans I have down there. That's no big deal. We're still going to have to extend the cables, and we'll have to then sleeve all of this, and I'm sure we're going to have to cut some cables to size to figure out what our actual wire lengths are. This stuff will be our X motor, X end stop, which was moved. Oofda. It's going to be fun. So X end stop, that wiring is going to be very close as well. So actually I'm going to take the X end stop off, maybe, so I can actually get the wire on it. And then we'll have to remount the X end stop. And what I'm trying to, here, I'll show you. So the X end stop goes right there. So there's no real way of getting the wire through the hole and then getting it in there. I mean, the wire will have room to go, but you're going to have to take this end stop off in order to in order to route the wire through there to actually put it in there. So take that off, route the wire through the gap. Through the gap. There we go. Install the wire on the end stop. Pull it back through. And then we'll be able to remount the end stop right there. Yeah, it was a Pro solder joint. And like I said, not a problem. I can fix it and still use that fan. I'm just not going to try and solder it on the stream right now. Okay. So the extruder wire that still comes up and through this cable chain, since I don't want to mess with this sleeving, I'm just going to take it, fold it back, and I'll zip tie this stuff together right here like I did before, and that will keep it tied up against the edge here and out of the way. And also that will provide some strain relief on our other wires. All right. And Chris, I saw that my package will be coming in on Saturday. And the panels, I think I got the last set of the panels. Will you be restocking any more of those? I'm just curious for a friend that has a second inner wire. Okay, so we need to swap out this fan. We'll need to create an extension for that. The others should have plenty of room. I'll just have to change a connector here and probably cut and re-terminate the others because either that or just bundle them up underneath. And I'll have to find some way of doing some type of strain relief. Here we've got too much trouble in doing it that way. So what I'm looking at is there's two holes in the back of the mount here. And I'm wondering if this was meant to hold the wires, but going this way should be good, though I'm a little concerned because the PTFE tube is going to be over here. Going the other way, though, it gets to travel way underneath that bracket, and we'll get a kink on our cables there. So I definitely want to keep them going around the front side there to keep them out of the way, and so we don't bind or catch them on anything and rip our cables. Oh, cool. I figured you were making those yourself. Need a 5015 fan. Oh, sorry for bouncing off screen, guys. I just need to go grab the fan. Okay, so I got a Honey Badger 5015. And we'll bring us around the back. We'll be a little bit more careful with our wires. And I think I'm going to provide a couple of zip ties right here just to kind of hold the bundle together. I will be running some type of sleeving on this. So don't worry about that. Right there. Next one will be right here. Like I said, I'll get some type of sleeving on here. I'm going to probably just do a JST extension here, though I may. Now I'll go ahead and whatchamacallit. Let me see. Let me see. Sorry, I'm like thinking of too many things. Okay, I might actually. From the Ender 5, I may have a 2-wire fan extension that could possibly work for that. We'll have to see. See what we got. Would definitely be long enough right there. I was looking to see if I had a 2-wire that was already had an extension pre-crimped. I don't think that's going to be long enough, folks. Nope. Darn, that was looking like a opportunity right there. But nope. I'll have to go ahead and extend it with the other one. No big deal. We'll use our little heat shrink pieces to extend it. Let me grab those and the JSTs. We'll have to recrimp some pins. We'll pop that off. The goal is to try and get this back up and running by tonight. I'm just going to try and guesstimate something here. Yep, that should be plenty long enough. Red to red, black to black. Hey, Comfortably Dumb, how are you doing? Oh, as I'm realizing my camera angle's all kinds of off. Sorry about that. What we're going to do now is get a red to red and black to black. And we're going to do that using these little heat shrink solder joints. I guess we can just switch over to this view now. We're going to take these off. Show of hands in chat. How many people have stabbed themselves with tweezers trying to take pins out like this? Or any other sharp, pointy object? Crimpers, crimpers. Stabbed yourself just the other day? I was sitting there actually, I was taking off supports off of a print yesterday and looked down and I was just bleeding out like I had stuck myself to do a blood test or something. Those there. These up for the time being. One, this one, red to red, black to black. Ooh, like we're gonna be doing the black side first. Okay. Yeah. All right. Hopefully this isn't a loud noise for you guys and gals. And we'll let that one sit for just a little bit. Let the heat shrink kind of get less than putty like. Okay, it should give us a good extension there. And like I said, the rest of these we'll have to, I know we'll have to recrimp one end because it's crimped as DuPont, and we'll need JST. And that is our hot end fan, so that'll make life a little bit easier when we go under the deck. Don't think we'll need those. We can put those back over there. These couple of things we will need. Mm-hmm. Got my favorite split cloth sleeving. As much of a pain in the butt as this can be sometimes, it is really good. It's a lot easier for me than doing like the spiral wrap or the kind of like the plastic split loom. Yeah, stock PEI sheet that comes from Anycubic. It's double-sided texture. No, if you would well, hold on. So your current plate is a if your current plate is a spring steel sheet double-sided texture, you shouldn't need a magnet. You should just need a different plate. Yeah, I know. And the bad thing is I actually have that tool printed out somewhere. I just don't know where, but I have printed the tool out. Yeah, if your bed already has a magnet on it, you don't need to get a magnet with the replacement sheet. You just need to get a replacement sheet in the appropriate size. Now, the good thing is once we get this connected, everything's connecting in the same exact place. So it's not like we really need to do much. We'll need to check the direction of our extruder motor, but beyond that, we should be good. Well, direction, E-steps, blah, 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 which I would be surprised if they don't have E-steps already in the documentation somewhere, which would get us, close, like 80% close to start with. So we'll go through and do that. And I also know I don't need to do all of this wiring in here because I am going to have to shorten some of it. And probably what I will do is look at measuring out what size like deck panels I would need for this and cutting them out of ABS, like 3mm ABS sheet on my Shapeoko. And that way I can make a nice deck panel that would go underneath the belt, just so you don't see any of the wiring that's underneath. And if I've got I'll say the lengths and the routing ability based on where I put the board, rather than run it down this way, I will run it down through the arm here. So all of these will run down through the arm, so I can just leave a gap right here so it won't be as noticeable. So basically what I'm saying is all this stuff would run down between the two arms here on the plate. Wires come on through. You see, I can bring this over, match it up with that. And then if we bring them all down through the side here at one spot, that will clean up all of this wiring, which I would of course do off stream. And all I need to really do is slide this up and all the way over. So that'd be the furthest travel. Kind of strap these together right here. Won't make it too tight, but we'll try and strap these together here so that we'll have have the ability to come around and hit everything. Go full length. We route these wires down around to the here. We can really clean up our wiring a lot by doing it this way. I have to get some more sleeving, but I could probably clean up the wiring a lot more if I brought all this up in a single bundle. Or I know even better if I like did a CAN bus mount. maybe did like a CAN bus, did a EBB42 right on the back of the X motor here. And that way all my tool head wiring just goes to the X motor. And then from the X motor, we would have the X motor, the X end stop, which could actually be connected directly to the EBB42. So we just have our CAN bus cable and the X motor wire that would come down, and we could just add CAN bus down here. Food for thought. And I'll extend this a little bit more. All right, Monlight. Yeah, I should be able to send it out tomorrow, and that'll let you keep an eye on the delivery or the delivery date and time. What do we got here? Thin wire, heater wire, heater thermistor wire. This are going to have to be shortened. These will all come down here. Those should be good. So we should be good to cut this right about there. That's our E motor. Goes all the way down at the end. And the fan with our JST was our PERC cooling fan. So that's will be that one. The other fan, we need to put a JST on. And that'll be our hot end fan, which will go right beneath the PERC cooling fan. You really don't need a lot stripped on the JST connectors. Don't strip a whole lot. It does that. These wires are so thin. When I tried to crimp it around the insulation, the um, the pin shifts and you don't get an even crimp. So then you cut it off and you start over again. Well, if I always act like, oh, I'm going to get first two tries and I'm not going to need an extra pin, and I always put them away, and then I always need to go and dig around for another pin. Okay. Me double check my diagram real fast. Yep, red on the top and red on the top, black on the bottom. Like somehow the tabs got pressed. Or I just grabbed the wrong size JST connectors. Yep, I think I grabbed the wrong size JST connectors. All right, folks, give me 1 second. I'm going to mute my mic real fast. I need to blow my nose. Okay, apologies. And we're going to go for round 3 now. Let's try to actually use the right size connector. Thanks everybody for hanging out and sticking with me. I know this is not the most exciting part of the evening. Watch me recrimp the same thing over and over and over again. I'm going to need a little more light over here. I think that'll help. Hey, right size pin for the right size connector. It's amazing. All right. That one go here. The thermistor wire that's way, way, way too long, but you know what? I'm just going to wind this up for now, as I seem to be having too much fun with JSTs at the moment, so I'm not going to continue fighting those. And really, folks, for those of you that don't know, I'm having some eye problems, so I may be going to have a pause in streaming as I possibly have some corrective eye surgery done. Buck's getting old. Thermistor. It's down at the bottom. And review our diagram again. All the way at the bottom. Always good to have the wiring diagram printed out so that you can reference it. So always comes in handy. And then our last wire is the hot end heater wires. And we will want to probably cut these a heck of a lot shorter and just put new ferrules on them. Like I said, the only reason I didn't do that with the thermistor wire is just right now with the lighting and my eyes, it's kind of not working for me. I'll snip these off, keep this wire because it's good for something. Grab my ferrule connectors. We'll add our ferrules and we'll be done. We'll be ready to fire this back up and see if we've got a working printer still. I feel like I've lost everybody. That and I keep going, oh, well, this is going to be a short stream. This will go by real quick. There it goes by real quick. Hey, Royal Nomi, how are you doing tonight, dear? Hope you're doing well. Did you stream tonight, Royal Nomi? Kind of nearing the end of our little install here. Um, And the hot end wires are not polarity specific, so we just need to get them installed. Okay, it looks like we have yet another ad break coming up. Back to work. All right, shenanigans. Yeah, so I believe this is it. We still have our two fans to install, but once again, I'm probably going to cut these a little shorter and add JSTs to the fan that will plug into the little splitter circuit boards that I will most likely just VHB tape right here to this printed part. So I'll put the two fans in here, and one of these that I cut, I'll put another JST at the end so I can just jumper it from the board down to this little splitter board, and that'll give us our control fans. And I will do that off stream because I'm going to have to clean this up a little bit more. That and we just used the word JST connector again, and my eye started twitching. So I think it's like, no, please don't do that to me. Okay, so with that, we should be able to flip this back up. Our mouse there, which should be fine. Let's turn this around. We'll need to put our display back on. So, way back on. Let's cut some of these tie-ins. Grab a plug. And let's see if we're good to go still. I just want to reach. The good news is there's no Sparky Spark, so that's always good. What we want to do is see if our screen comes up. Oh, I was like, why is my screen not coming up? Because this is clipperized. Folks, I will be right back. Please don't go anywhere. I just need to go downstairs and grab a Raspberry Pi, which I might want to actually shut down before I go pull the plug on it. So give me 1 second. I've got to go grab that Raspberry Pi, bring it up here, get that plugged in, and we should be good to go. Raspberry Pi. Turn that back off. Unplug it. Hey, Daddy Wazzy, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. So I need to flip this on its side real fast. Maybe not completely. Really? Fishing tables, basically. I swear I know what I'm doing, by the way. Again. Okay. I am pro streaming right now. See how much more stuff I can knock over. Anything else? No? Okay. I think it's just a sign that I'm starting to get tired. Raspberry Pi plugged in. 3D printer plugged back in. Display. Still not coming back up. And then we're up. So, see, we're back. Well, you can't see that we're back. We are back. Trust me. Going to get our screen mounted. And then we'll see about proof of life. We're definitely going to have to move this power supply under the deck, because what I'll show you, bring you guys a little bit closer here for field trip. All right, this is full travel of that x-axis, right? Which means there's no way if this was, well, no, I guess it will, because forget it. I'm just being me. I'm just being me, looking at the wrong side. There we go. Now, what I need to do, though, is bring this back down and move it over to the middle. I have to figure that out, too. Bring this down. Because what I need to do is reset my Y-in stop with my nozzle on the bed. which it should be able to get there now. And that's right on the bed. So now I just need to move my end stop up to where it clicks. Okay. I may have to actually undo. We'll see. Um, so let's go ahead and bring up the web interface. So we have our web interface. This is for our ender belt. And let's just try and home X. Okay, that's not working. All right, so I think we're going to need to put the lever back on this because it happens to be right in the gap where the screw head is hitting the plate and not letting the plunger activate. So we are going to have to put a lever arm on that. So let me go find one real fast. That's one way we could do it too. I'm going to take that off to get to it. Okay. So let's do a firmware restart and we'll try that again. So once again, we're going to do a home X, which it did. Now homing Y, we're way off the edge here. So we're probably going to have to adjust we're going to have to adjust our movement because we've got a lot more travel on this particular machine. So what we need to do is tell it how far negative we are. So we're going to update our printer config for X, and we're going to tell it position end stop is 230, position max is in 230. So this is the positive direction, which means 0 would be over here. Interesting. So before I change anything, let me do this. We've homed Z, we've homed Y. That moved it up. Now I'm going to take X to the negative. Okay, so I actually want to tell it I'm basically going to make it think that my X is wider than it is, and tell it that max is, or the position end stop is 240, but the position max is 225. Is that right? I think that's what I want. So, yep. I've got to limit the bed size in the slicer, not here. So the max in the end stop position has to be the same. That should get me full travel. Hey, Ram Online 79, thank you for joining in. Thank you for the follow and for the first time chat. Welcome on in. So let me jump over here real fast. Hello, welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, otherwise known as Luke. I am a 3D print variety stream here on Twitch. What do I mean by that? Well, we do everything from building and modifying printers to 3D prints. I haven't started really designing anything. I've modified a few parts here and there, but I haven't really designed anything. But we do things like we print cosplay style helmets and other types of prints, as well as doing machine builds. What we're working on tonight is what used to be an Ender 3 that was converted to a 45-degree belt printer that we've been printing on. So we have printed on this printer before, And I went ahead and ordered the upgrade kit. And what the upgrade kit does was add linear rails to the X and Y axis and change the extruder and the hot end setup. Let me switch back over here to the BIQ H2V2, which here, it's basically a BIQ H2V2 extruder hot end combo, but in the Revo edition. So we can use the Revo nozzles that you can just pull out and change versus having to do hot tightening and all that goodness. So what we're doing now is after installing that kit, we're now just trying to get basic movements going back again. So let's double check that X does come over and home. Y is homing. Now what I want to do is bring X back slowly. And I didn't catch on the belt or didn't like lift the edge up, which is what I was really looking for. Let me raise Y up a bit and let me move our Z axis, which should still be moving this direction towards the camera, which it is. So let me put our little rubber ducky on here and you'll see it move towards you. So that stuff's moving in the right direction. We still don't know if our extruder is actually rotating in the right direction. We would assume it is. Let me bring X over. It was this dragging on the belt. And I'm going to need to figure something else out for this. Like I almost think I want to bring this up high, even if it's up and over the corner here, versus the way it's currently routed. I'll have to think on that. You just move it to the other side of the cables where it can go up rather than down. Maybe that'll be a good idea for it. What I needed to do is I still need to put in our PTFE tube piece, which is, just PTFE compression fitting. It screws into the top of the extruder. Probably should have installed before I put everything on there. Flip that up out of the way. And they provide a stub. And I do mean a stub. I don't know what we're supposed to do with this stub. It's really not much. But we will go ahead and put it in there. Okay. And some filament. We got filament, right? This had actually gotten brittle and broke on the spool, so let's hope that we don't have a tangle up in this mess here. But this should be able to come down, go right on in, and then we'll latch our open. Here we go. The nice thing is it's got that latch. So you flip the latch and it opens. You can put the filament all the way in and then you close the latch and now your filament's there. And so that's good. Let me go ahead and raise this up some more. Because all I want to do is heat this up and actually see if we can push filament through. We probably want to re-PID tune the hot end. Is that Pez Liz sneaking in again? Hey Pez Liz, how are you doing? Yeah, so if you look back in my VODs, either on Twitch or on my YouTube channel, we have printed with this printer in the past. Sorry about that. And I was printing for a while here. I was printing off Toys for Tots. I was doing penguins and chameleons on this printer. So we're up to temperature. So what I want to do I have a filament load? No, I do not. So we're just going to tell it to extrude 50 millimeters. See which way it goes. Really? That sure doesn't feel, oh, I was like, that doesn't feel like it's extruding 50 millimeters. One, we did get filament out. But two, I didn't even think about it. We haven't fixed the rotation distance and all that. What did I do with the box? Oh. Hopefully, that magic formula is in the manual that's in the box. And this is the extruder that we installed. So the kit comes with the BIQ H2V2S. We installed the Revo edition because I'm running Revos on just about everything. And I had some of the belt printer nozzles already, thanks to Georgia at E3D. Let's see. Okay, so E-steps at 932 at 16 microsteps. Well, that's going to be fun. Printer config. We're going to need to make some changes in our printer config for our extruder because we've completely changed the extruder from the standard Creality one. So microsteps is 16. We do have a gear ratio of 7:1. Bum, 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 bum. And that looks funky. So real fast, I'm going to check something. More guys. This is my first time using this extruder, so I am going to have to figure out a couple of things here real fast. Right now, I'm looking for syntax on the extruder motor. Okay, it is gear ratio. So I had that right. Now rotation distance. Is there we're 17 to 1. They said use 16 micro steps, which we did. Okay, so it is rotation distance will be full steps full steps per rotation, which is this a 1.8 or a 0.9 modal? It does not say. Okay, it did not say in the install instruction. So we're going to assume it's a 1.8. So we'll say 200 steps per rotation times 16, which is the number of micro steps, divided by the steps per millimeter, which they say should be 932. Really low number, but we'll see. We did that. What we're going to do now that we have some type of E-step to go off of, we're going to mark our filament at 120 millimeters. We'll tell it to extrude 100 millimeters, and then we'll be able to make our adjustment from that. Okay, so we're back on. We're going to tell it to heat back up to 200. No news yet, Pez? You still don't have you're still not melting chocolate with your cocoa press? Wait a minute here. Okay, so we're should be up to temp. Yep, we're up to temp. We're at 200. And we're going to go ahead and tell it to extrude 50 twice. So we'll hit extrude. And we stalled big time. So that was way too fast. So let's just go with, I'm pretty sure that did not work. Yeah, we're just going to go out on a limb here. See if Google's my friend. It should be 200. So let me actually double check a couple of settings here before I go too much further. We have micro steps, gear ratio. We didn't tell it what full steps per rotation was. We don't have that. Okay. They may have baked the gear ratio in, so hi, you're playing with the Rat Rig Rem online? Very nice. Okay, so we made sure we had our full steps per rotation entered. We took out the gear ratio, but we did keep the steps. So let's go ahead and try and extrude and see if we do try to do warp speed again. Oh, that's much nicer. We're still seem like it was struggling there a little bit. I didn't see it, but all right, let's go ahead and do our mark again. Probably just do my tape method. It's a lot easier. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my tape and put it on the 120 mark. That way, rather than trying to fight this, I just get the filament on there, and here's my 120 mark. And go ahead and tell it to, oh, well, that's the other reason too. I was on like max high. So we're dropping that back down to 5. We'll tell it to extrude. Extrude. Now we're going to measure what was left. And if we're at 20, which we are pretty darn close, like close enough for government work close, we're going to call that good. And we're going to see if we can push some plastic. Well, I mean, we've been pushing some plastic, but let's see if we can like push some plastic. Yeah, and because we've had files on here before, let's see what we've got. Let's just do one. Hey, Dutch dude, what's up? Uh-oh. Now you're just showing off, dude. Okay, check Discord. So right now the heated bed is warming up. This is already at the 200 point. So let's see if we can get something started here. Oh, is that a start G code generator for the 0G? It started printing a little off the edge. I'm going to have to work on fixing that, but we're doing good. I think we're actually did think we're actually good. And what I'll do is I'll bring you guys around. Put you over here so you can see it actually printing up close and personal like. Okay, very nice. I'm going to have to like, all right, may have to find a different angle because that is going to continuously try and focus on the actual belt versus. There we go. Darn it. Focus on toolhead. Yeah, so it prints at a 45-degree angle. And so the nice thing is you can literally print things hollow. Like Scott with Edge of 3D has printed a like a Titanic. It's like a meter long, and it's all hollow. It's like base mode basically because it's literally self-supporting. So you can actually do this. Oh, what am I thinking of? Like overhangs. So he actually has a print, and I need to find it that it prints like a vertical piece, and then it's got a long horizontal piece that's completely unsupported, but it works because of this 45-degree print angle. And you don't need the supports in a lot of areas. Yeah. So the big thing is understanding how you orient, and the fact that this, the long edge is the it's the Z, but I'll say the normal y-axis travel. So once you understand that, I think I want to do this screen. Or this screen. Yeah, there we go. So once you understand that your print's printing this direction, then you need to know whatever it's that first part that prints has to be supported, which means it needs to touch the bed. So the typical benchy, right? Okay. If you try and print a benchy in this direction, this whole bow is unsupported. It's not contacting the bed till way back here. So you're either going to have to print a bunch of support material or change the orientation so it's printing from back here. It can actually make this. So it's understanding how a part prints, and then you can print these out. And in fact, if you really wanted to, you can even do it at an angle like that. But it's all about knowing how the printer prints, and then you can orient your piece in an appropriate manner. But this would definitely be great if you were doing like cosplay swords or like rifles. If you got a rifle file that was one full piece for like a cosplay rifle, like a Halo rifle, rather than multi-parts, if it was one big long print, you can cut it right down the middle, lay it flat, and do one piece right after the other, slap them together, and glue them right down the middle seam, just as if they were like injection molded or what have you. Exactly. Exactly. So I don't have a copy of what it's printing right now. Darn it. Do I? Do I have a big one in here? Nope, but this will work. So this was my my first example of trying to do multiple prints, one after the other. I actually put in the wrong axis to move rather than telling it to move the Z-axis, like 20 millimeters between prints. I told it to move the Y-axis because I'm used to the Y-axis, aka the bed, being the piece that moves. So I spaced it on the Y, not the Z, and it literally stacked it and basically just melted them one on top of the other. But you can see I'm printing from the tail, so the back forward, versus from the front forward, because I think on the front there's a bit of an angle, and it would start printing the front edge of the mouth unsupported. So you'll see if I do it like this, so that front edge of the mouth would be slightly unsupported because it's angling that way. Where if I start at the tail, which is what I am doing, it can get the tail started down on the ground. It's a little bit of sag, but it still works, right? I kind of like my little faux pas there. It's a reminder you got to think a little bit out of the box when you start doing a belt printer. And these are not fast, by the way. Belt printers are not fast. If you try and crank them up, you're probably going to have issues. And right now for the belt files, I am slicing using Idea Maker, because your options are Black Belt Cura, which is extremely old, or somebody has a plug-in method of doing it with the newer version of Cura, but you have to install like 2 or 3 plugins out of the Cura plugins, and then one from GitHub directly. So it's kind of, I don't know. I don't know about doing it that way. I know it works, but Idea Maker works, and there's a profile out there that Scott created, and that's what I use to build this from. So all in all, we successfully got our linear rails on there, and I will tell you, it's a lot quieter than the wheels were. Like, it's a lot quieter, and I don't know why it is, but it is. Just in the linear motion, it's not whining like it normally does with the wheels. I think what I may do is, I know there are different files for this X motor cover. I may actually print a new version of that out that would give me different mount points so that I can raise this up and bring it over right at the top versus joining it down here, because this cable sleeve is dragging and I don't like that. So I'm going to have to figure something else out for that. Maybe make some type of, just a little support bracket right here at the top of the, I'll have to take the fan off at the very least to get in here. Swap the top 2 screws out from whatever those are, 8s or 10s, to something a little bit thicker, and just put a little printed piece there that I can zip tie the wires to. I just got to figure that out. Cable management. Maybe see what Scott has, if he's got something. But I have figured out the methodology here, and so I've got this file as a single, as a group of 10, and a group of 50. And really what you do is you can take a single sliced file and change the file by adding 2 lines, and add a macro to Clipper so it understands M808. And that way, here, let me show you something real fast. So on my G-code files, right, we're printing off the Chameleon Carmichael G-code. It is 5.6 megabytes. Okay. I have a Chameleon Carmichael underscore M808 underscore L10. That means it's going to take and loop it 10 times. Well, its file size is still 5.6 meg. Then I'm going to tell it to print it 50 times. It's still 5.6 meg. Because all we did was we add 3 lines of G-code. One's M808, followed by another line that tells it how long of a gap between prints you want to leave. And then at the very end, you'll do another M808 before your end script. And that's what basically tells it to go back in the file and find M808 again. So you're basically creating a programming for loop. So you only have one sliced object. You're just telling it to loop 50 times. So your file size doesn't increase. If you wanted to do that traditionally, you would put 50 copies on this infinite Z, which would mean you're slicing it 50 times as one single file, right? Correct. Well, so the upgrade kit for this is the H2V2S, and it uses the standard Mark 8 nozzles, where the Revo has a very short point tip. That's why I'm running a belt nozzle. But this is the standard nozzle that it comes with. Whoops. Yeah, you can see that, right? Yeah. So here's the standard nozzle that it would come with. Whoops, wrong way. That way. So this has a lot more depth of a point to it. So if I was running the regular Revo nozzle that came with it, I wouldn't have the clearance for this nozzle. Whoops. Right? There's just not enough clearance for me to get that nozzle down there reliably, because once again, this would be sitting at a 45. So I'd have to jam it down and be dragging the silicone sock. So by going to the specifically designed belt printer nozzle, I get that longer length, which will allow me to actually be able to print with the Revo. But this would be the nozzles that come with the standard H2V2S for the kit. Okay, you have that one? Gotcha. Yeah, you just have to get the belt printer nozzles. And they release those shortly after Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest. But me and a few others did get some nozzles at that show. E3D had some displays, but me and a couple of other people actually got our hands on some. I'm not sure what that sound is. Yeah, that's interesting. It's catching on something when it's coming back down. Ah, I lost adhesion and the parts rocking back. So we're going to stop this print. Stop the print. Okay, apparently my cancel print G code is not there. Oh, need to move the belt forward. Move X to the negative. And what I need to do is lower this just a tad or a smidge. Actually, I know what I'm going to do. Hold that again. So what it was is this part was rotating back because it's not attaching. So I need to drop the nozzle down just slightly. Ever so slightly. And Do that. We'll come over that way. That's good work. Go ahead and try and reprint. Yeah, so I've got, I think, a 0.4 and a 0.6 high flow. That I'm at some point, I haven't yet, but I need to put it on my 0G downstairs, which is based on the Ender 5 Plus. And that's the one that I do all of my helmets on. So where are we at? So that's what I do my helmets on. And these are full-size helmets. This is actually a multi-part print, but I'm doing these on the 0G. Yep. Uh-oh. OBS disconnect. OBS reconnect. Good deal. All right, so that should be, oh yeah. Should be a bit, should be better now. Basically, all I wanted to do is, since it was sitting on the end stop, I just loosened the screw, and then the end stop, the pressure spring on the lever just pushed the end stop open again. So that's where I screwed it back down. So now it should have a good squish. And if I feel like I'm a little too squished, now I can live Z adjust. No, can't live Z adjust. You don't have live Z. Your live Y is what you need, not Z. Z buys you nothing. So yeah, that's why you have to be very mentally conscious here, is because you go, oh, I'll just live Z adjust. Not on a belt printer. On a live Z adjust, you just move the belt further down. You don't move your print head higher up, because your print head's now Y, or the height on your print head is now Y. Yeah, the underdeck wiring on this still needs a little bit to be desired, but I knew I was going to do the upgrade kit, so I didn't really want to tidy anything up yet. And now that I have everything underneath that's going to be underneath, I need to go through and tidy up the wiring some more, but I'll do that off stream. Let me clean up some stuff here real fast so I don't trip myself. The Trident has been working really well. I've been printing a lot on it, just trying to get plastic through it so I can retighten the belts. But that's been going well, like I said. I'm to the point now where I just need to put the doors on it, and it'll be fully enclosed, and I can start throwing some ABS parts at it. So that will be happening soon. This printer, so what is it? Today's Thursday. We may leave this one up on the bench for Saturday and maybe get something bigger going on it between now and Saturday so that we have something to really look at as far as a long print. But the Trident Wrong camera. Switch view. The new Trident sitting down there on the floor. It's a purple frame with orange as the primary and black as the accent. Like I said, it has everything installed but the two front doors. So we'll work on getting that up on the line and reorganizing the printers behind me a little bit to get it up on the production line. So on this printer, there is heat. So this area right here is the, so you still have the standard Ender heated bed. So we are heating this portion up until right here. So the back, I'll say half or third, is unheated, which allows the part to start cooling and then be able to come off the back end of the printer as it rolls around. Yes, the Dutch, are you still on there? Are you still here? So one, great work on that website. And two, I'm talking with Chris over at KB3D. I'm thinking about bringing the new LDO Motors 2.4 kit, the Trident, which has vinyl sides, vinyl stickers on the sides with my new logo that KB3D Chris did. And then I'm also thinking about bringing the Zero G with me and putting it over on KB's booth again. So the Zero G that's kind of in the middle right behind me, that's a little bit hard to see, that is the beta frame. So that's the Ender 5 Pro size build. So it's what, 255 build plate. And it's got the Zero G, which is the Core X, or excuse me, the Mercury, which is the Core XY system, and the Hydra, which is the kinematic bed, similar to a Trident, 3 lead screw bed. And I built that one, and it was one of, I think, 3 that were at Midwest Rep Rap Festival. And I think Scott gave his 2 away at the show, so I'm not sure if they'll show up at IRF or not. But I'm trying to figure out what all I can get in the truck for this trip, because I also am going to have a Rook Mark 1 that was self-sourced, a Rook Mark 1 based on a Fabrico kit, and then I'm going to print the parts, and we're going to do a Rook 2020 frame build. So yeah, I'm sitting there like, do I bring any of the Rooks with me as well? I don't know. Too many things going on. Too many things I can do. And it also depends, if we just take the truck, then I can only take so much with me. But if Evil Diesel's wife may come, so she may drive the car as well. So that would give us other dry storage options that we can bring some more printers and stuff with us. Because we're also going to have our Mecanum-based Death Racers and 2 Top Fuel dragsters going with us as well. And if I can get them to get me the one piece I need, we'll also have whoops, where are we going to go? We're going to go over here. The Ivan Miranda mini tank, and the turret that's on top of it is just from Free Heathen Workshop. It's just sitting on there for now, just checking out the look of it. But we'll have this mini tank that we can take with us as well. So yeah, the top fuel dragster has been repaired since we broke a few things on it, and its frame is now printed in carbon fiber PLA. So I shouldn't have any problems with the frame breaking anymore. So if I do, then the next step will be carbon fiber PETG, which may have a little bit more flex to it. Yeah, so folks, it is after 10 o'clock. I think I'm going to go ahead and call the stream. We've got it up. We are printing again. It sounds like we're staying attached this time. I will keep an eye on this and let this run. And then, like I said, I will find something bigger and longer that I can print out so I can start printing stuff out between now and Saturday so that Saturday we'll have something else to see that's a little bit longer. Well, that's detaching from the bed again. Thought we were good. I guess we're going to have to keep working on that. Cancel that job. We're going to drop this down one more time. Once again, I'm just going to loosen up the screw. Until I hear the end stop basically back off. And then I'll tighten the screw back down. And that should give me just a little, like another smidge down. Rotate that bed forward. Do another home haul. Yeah, that's what I just noticed, Pete, was it was rocking up, which means I'm not getting good bed adhesion. So what I'm doing is I'm just slowly dropping the belt or the Y-end stop down just a bit. Basically, I'm just loosening up. I'll home it, and I'll loosen the end stop until the spring in the lever basically pushes it down, and then I'll screw it back down. So I'm moving it very little each time because I don't want to move it a whole lot. Raise the Y up some, and we'll say print. We'll try and print it again. And I haven't had bed adhesion. If anything, I've had some prints that were too low that caused some issue. But yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Hmm. Yeah, and like I said, I'll keep looking at this, Pete, but I do want to call it a night because I am getting a little tired and I need to grab something to eat right before I go to bed, which is always a great time to eat. Let's see who may be on at the moment. Several people that I've rated into fairly recently. So, who is actually on Twitch? Oh, quite a few people are actually on right now. Okay, so I see that Britt is online. Looks like she's doing some painting. And I think that's who we're going to go and see. Yeah, I'll give this another try, Pete, and I'll keep working on it. And once I can get a good print off, I'll take a picture and post it to Twitter saying, hey, we got another good print. So I'm actually wondering. Yeah, no, it looks to be good. I was just wondering if maybe there was an angle issue, but everything looks